Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are here with the Majors 24, broadcasting in the early morning hours of lap 18. Presently taking a look at our strung out field that has been racing in the wet for some time now. Running order right now in Hypercar is Eclipse Competition in place 1, Variety Racing in P2, Obsidian Edge GTP in P3, Blue Chew America's Black in P4, Nemesis Racing in P5, NL Racing Esports and GTP in P6, SRC at P2 at P White, and REC Telemetry by Wizard in P8. Your LMP running order is Lifeart Esports, Scuderia Chicken House, Banana Racing Team, Motor City Racing, and Fusion 19. And your DT3 running order is Cracked Racing Gamer, the new Hamsters, Cronus Motorsports, PI Racing Auto, and I can't read the last one. Let me zoom in for you. Wild Ride Motorsports. All right. Seem to have, well, that appears to be a issue with some pit stops going on right now. That appears to be 55. Oh, we have yellow conditions going. These guys are in the pit, so it's Blue Chew America in black, and the Fusion 1922 of the LMP2. Nemesis Racing was just blending out of the pits. Oh, whoever was on screen just took it a little wide. Still racing in the wet right now, so track conditions going to be slippery all over. Here, as we take a look at the Look at the 10 of Lifeart Esports leading the LMP2 field right now. Presently has a 32-second gap over second place, so he's leading handily in class. No, that is the 56 of the Mean Hamsters. His present gap is, evidently we're not getting a gap on the G23 cars right now. Looks like a battle for the lead right now as Cracked Racing Gamer makes an outside move. Got some slipstream action right there. And someone into the pits. That'll be Cracked Racing Gamer looking for some fuel and tires. Oops. '56 looking to move around the slower traffic here as they come up on a, looks like an LMP2 as well. Taking a look at pit lane right now. We have Benari Racing taking off right now out of the pits, headed to a pit exit. Presently taking a look at the Eclipse competition leader, leading the hypercar competition right now in the 106 machine. Got a gap of about 3.55 seconds on the second place car of Benari Racing. Coming up on some slower traffic, could be using that as a slipstream. Takes the outside line. Impressive in-car shot right here. Coming down through the gears as he takes the right-hander. Back through the chicane. Sam McDougall in the 106, leading overall presently. Maintaining station with a 3.5 second gap over second place. He's way down towards, right-hander. I had poked my head in earlier in the day and saw that it was raining. It appears that there's been rain off and on through the night stint here and into our last 6 hours. We'll see how that shakes down. The track starts drying, the weather moves out. Definitely be an opportunity for some tire strategy to come into play. That's the 32 of the Banana Racing team, running 2.44 seconds back from Scuderia Chicken House. Gives them quite a bit back from Lyford Esports, which is presently leading the LMP2 situation. Making a move, positive move around the GT3 car on the outside. That is Team P300 Sim Magic heading into the pits. Time for service. Really interesting how iRacing has that looks like, there they go. Really interesting how iRacing doesn't animate the pit stop, so it looks like they're just levitating in pit lane. So Zura Kundong working his pit stop right now. Adeptus Gasolinas is also in the pit lane. way down for service. Taking a look at the 106 machine of Eclipse Competition, which is presently leading the hypercars. Has a 4-second gap on P2 right now. Pulling down to the chicane on the Mulsanne, setting up probably for the overtake here just as soon as he can. Before he gets to the Mulsanne corner, gets back towards Indianapolis and then Arnage. So it appears that Eclipse Competition is the only car on the lead lap in Hypercar right now, as he's coming up on Venari Racing to put him a lap down with a gap of 4 minutes and 1 second. Chalk that one up to me not being able to read the very small print, but I figured out how to zoom in, so that'll work out better. See through the spray there what kind of visibility any driver would have in the trailing car. All right. Eclipse competition has completed the pass, puts Gennari Racing a full lap down. That leaves Eclipse Competition as the only car on the lead lap in Hypercar. Presently in LMP2, Life Esports and Scuderia Chicken House are the only cars on the lead lap. Well, no, I take that back. Banana Racer maintains on the lead lap, but they're 2.5 minutes, almost 3 minutes behind. And in GT3, the Mean Hamsters are ahead by 1 minute and 52 seconds over Crackle Racing Gamers. .106 of Eclipse Competition coming up on some slower traffic. Should be able to navigate that without any difficulty. One of the interesting things about this particular event is that any kind of blue flag situation does not require the car to move over. It simply requires them not to impede any faster traffic behind them. So here, as we hold station, and think about the amount of rain that's going on, think about tire management, think about brake management as well. These cars are running at a high rate of speed. Lots of setup work has gone into them. So you get a real good understanding of the tolerances that your car can take over the course of a 24-hour race. Wow, really working on those curbs right there. Now past the grandstands into the sweeping right-hander. Now past the Dunlop curves. And back onto the Mulsanne Straight. These chicanes were added in 1990 to stop cars from exceeding ridiculous speeds that were putting car and the countryside in danger. Looking at number 10 of the Life of Motorsports machine, gapping their nearest competition by 33 seconds, headed into the second chicane on the Mulsanne Straight. Now seeing the 10 of Life of Motorsports again. See him touching the curbs, trying to extend out. The idea in road racing is, for any of our new viewers, is to make the short parts as short as possible, make the long parts as long as possible to carry the maximum amount of speed. So you'll see everyone trying to hit the curves as they go through curves, in order to economize their speed as they pass through any kind of track change. This is Ken. Rene Cota Sandoval driving for Mean Hamsters, presently leading GT3. I like that livery. Take a look at his steering inputs here and see how he's got it well dialed in today. Yeah. See, all of his steering inputs are reasonably smooth, not a lot of jitter in it. Seems like he's got his car set up exactly where he wants it today. Not a lot of correction, just handling his marks as best as he can as he goes through them. One of the things that always interests me is when we go in car, the limited field of view that drivers have, even in a virtual setting. It's easy to forget that in the large scope of a race on such a large track, that the big sweeping view that we get as spectators, the drivers do not get, regardless of whether they're on a monitor or a virtual reality headset. All right, lap 277 with 5 hours, 35 minutes, 36 minutes to go, give or take. We are holding station quite well. Presently, your hypercar leader is Eclipse Competition with 4 minutes, 10 seconds gap on Bernardi Racing. They were listed as in the pits just a moment. Your LMP2 leader is Lifer Motorsports with 35 seconds on Scuderia Chicken House. And the Mean Hamsters lead GT3 category with Cracked Racing Gamer 2 minutes back. Back again with our leader, Rene Cota Sandoval, on the 56 machine for the Mean Hamsters. Navigating some traffic presently. Excuse me, coming up on some traffic. This is Ben Cox with Lifer Motorsports. This is Sam McDougall in the 106 of Eclipse Competition, still leading the pack in hypercar, navigating traffic on the backside of the track here. All right, we have Ben Cox in the Leipert Esports machine, continuing to increase it. Well, actually, his gaps come down a little bit over Scuderia Chicken House, but still only steady at 29 seconds, handily leading that class. There's Joshua Lewis in the 59, number 2 car, Scuderia Chicken House. All right, coming up towards his way. Have a look at a big wiggle right here by Peter Houston in the Blue Chew America's black car. Totally goes off-roading. He'll be forced to give up some places right there. Shows how treacherous conditions presently are. Looked like he got a little bit into the paint. Just overshot the entry to the corner. Wound up having to cut the chicane. Here's Platin Kuprayanov, REC telemetry by Wizards team. Whoa, spinning around. See if he can get refired and headed the right direction here. No harm, no foul. This is Joshua Lewis with Scuderia Chicken House, headed for the pits for service. This is Johannes Vanaheim with the Nana Racing team in P3 and the LMP2 coming right up your screen here. down the backside of the track towards Indianapolis and Arnage right now. Well, presently there's not a lot of wheel-to-wheel action on the course right now. Biggest thing that's noticeable is the track conditions seem to be allowing cars to get into situations where they're either overcooking. I don't know if they're having difficulties with tire degradation. We're about we're 33 minutes into coverage here. This situation where there's only 1 and 2 cars on the lead lap is very interesting. I wasn't expecting that when I got up this morning. Presently keeping an eye on Dominik Anspach-Sobecki with the... What is it? And Callum Newton in the 241, running P7 with AITX Revolution Erasnia. E-Racing, I'm sorry. No, simply taking a look through the field right now, giving coverage to every car that we possibly can. This is Peter Houston in the number 4 machine. Now the Blue Choose America Black machine. Excuse me, number 8 machine running in 4th place. So, battle for 5th in class. Wow, that's really helpful. Okay, so this is Ilnur Muftakov for Nemesis Racing in the 51 machine, running P3 for the hypercar situation. And Mohammed Al Rustin for NL Racing Esports GTP Car 21, excuse me, the number 12 machine. See him working through Arnage, headed back under the backside of the course, down towards the Porsche and Corvette curbs. This is Ilnur Muftakov, the Nemesis Racing 130R machine, number 51, running in 5th place in hypercar. Down through the curves right now. Whoa, and he is way off. Way too much oversteer, wound up in the grass. Gets himself straightened out and headed back in the right direction. Take another look at that. Looks like he had some wheel hop coming off the curb, got spun around, looking the wrong direction. Good recovery though, able to get right back into the racing line. Now down to 6th, though, so I lost a position on that. There's Joshua S. Lewis in the 59 machine for Scuderia Chicken House, running 2nd in LMP2. Just turned back onto the Mulsanne straight. Or is turning back onto the Mulsanne straight. This is Sam McDougall leading overall and leading hypercar in the Eclipse Convention 106 machine. Coming up on some traffic right now. See your leaders at the top. Hypercars Eclipse Competition, LMP2 is Lippert Motorsports, and GT3 is the Mean Hamster, presently leading your different classes. Dougal down through Arnage, headed down toward the Porsche curves. Passed a GT3 car without any difficulty, taking the outside line. Probably be looking to go around this, I believe that's the Mean Hamster's car, here on the outside line as soon as he can. He's working the slipstream right now, down underneath the Dunlop Bridge, up toward Turk Rouge. And as they enter the Mulsanne here in a second, we'll probably be able to get him on the outside. That livery is impressive. That is Dominic Ansbach-Sobetsky in the Bernard Racing. Number 137. He is 3 minutes back from Eclipse Competition Sam McDougall, who in P2 for the hypercar class. Number 3, Indianapolis, headed towards Arnage. The throttle come up as he heads toward the Porsche curves. A very smooth line through those, maintaining as much speed as he can. Excellent camera shot, giving a feel for the velocity of the car. Again, touching the curbs through the Ford chicane, and around in front of the grandstand. Easily handles the GT1 traffic. Down through the S's and headed towards Turf Rouge. Now taking a look at Flo Bosson, the Promo Sim Sports Silver Car, number 34, running third place, 2 minutes 28 seconds back from the leader in GT3. Just turned onto the Mulsanne straight. Now taking a look at Guillaume Hamling in the Cracked Racing Gamer car, 20. Two minutes 24 seconds back from the leader of the New Hamsters, presently working through some traffic. LMP2 car going around him on the outside. Headed through Indianapolis down towards Arnage. This is Guillaume Hamling. to work up an overtake. Take a look at his wheel work here. Working the slipstream. Setting up to the inside, going to see a very basic braking maneuver here in just a moment. Clean pass. Going past the Dunlop curve. Should be headed up toward the chicane and toward the S's, and then Turf Rouge back onto the Mulsanne. Whoa, overshoots a little bit out into the paint. Overcooked it into the corner, got onto the paint. If you get onto the paint, it's like driving on ice. You may as well be on a skating rink with there, even more so in the wet. He recovers nicely and headed down track. See how he does in the chicane here. See the standing water there. Setting his marks, letting the track out, setting back up for the backside of that chicane, back onto the straightaway. Taking a look at Flo Bosson in the Kronos Sim Sports Silver Car of 34. Presently running P3. Apparently 10 seconds behind the Crack Road Racing car, a gamer car. He heads down past through the Mulsanne corner onto the backside of the raceway. Headed quickly down toward Indianapolis, right in the midst of quite a bit of traffic. Now the prototype coming up behind him, he'll have to hold his line. Can't really adjust anything. Takes Indianapolis fine, heads back towards Arnage. Almost looks like there might be some oversteer happening with that car right there. Could very well be to the wet conditions. Could also be to the place they are, the stint with tires. Very clean livery on that 34 right now. Up through the Porsche and Corvette curves. We head toward the Ford chicane here just shortly. Back to Hamling with the Krakow Racing gamer car of 20. Running P2 in GT3. 2 minutes and 18 seconds back from the leader. He is headed towards Chartres Rouge, about to head back out onto the Mulsanne. Sam McDougall back in the Eclipse competition, number 106 car. Your overall leader presently. Headed up to Chartres Rouge. Hear the downshifting as he navigates the right-hander. Heads out on the Mulsanne straight. Could have relatively clean air because the traffic up ahead is significantly up ahead. Closing rate at the chicane is significant. You get a really good sense of that right there. To be able to take him here cleanly, slip back into the race line. Downshifting as we come to the second chicane. Head down to Mulsanne corner. Making use of all of the track like I talked about earlier. The idea is to make the small parts as short as possible and the long parts as long as possible to build speed, carry it through any kind of turns or curves that you may face. Cleanly around the GT3 car. Coming up on Indianapolis here just momentarily. Clean through Indianapolis, headed for Arnage. Heads into the Porsche curves here. So navigate these cleanly. Be interested to see his in-car, see how he's working the wheel. Everything about him seems like he's hitting his lines exactly where he wants to be. Very smooth entry and exit on on curves. There we go. Thanks, guys. See here as he heads toward the Ford chicane. Whoa, spun her around. Couldn't really tell from the in-car. I'm assuming that he just got loose in the back end due to track conditions. Take another look here. Yeah, got too hot onto the curbs. Got some wheel hop going on. Lost all of his traction. Wound up going for a ride through no man's land. It cost him some time, but he has enough cushion left up. It's may not play a factor for quite a while if it does at all. This is Felix Ripper coming out of the pits in the 137 Venari racing machine, running second place in Hypercar. Through the Dunlop chicane, headed up toward Church of Rouge to head back onto the Mulsanne. Handles the sweeping, the right-hander gracefully. Down through the sweeping right-hander back onto the straightaway. Coming up on some GT3 traffic here in a few moments. Cleanly around, and they'll set up for the next chicane just momentarily. Down through the Mulsanne corner, onto the back side, full throttle through here. We clear up into sixth gear, depending on the gearbox, as it heads for Indianapolis. Debris being cast out somewhere. Maybe that was just rainwater. The car ahead of him. Through Arnage cleanly, headed up towards the Porsche curbs. That is Zokundong in the Team WP 300 Sim Magic 300 car in 9th place, getting serviced right now. All right, at the 5 hour to go mark, we are holding station with positions right now. Your Hypercar leaders are Eclipse Competition, Sam McDougall presently driving, who just came into frame. Your LMP2 leader is Liefert Motorsports. Presently taking a look at Ben Cox in the Liefert Motorsports car, LMP2 leading the LMP2 leaders. And in GT3, it's the Mean Hamsters machines taking care of business. That is Rene Cote-Sandoval. Rain continues to fall. Seeing some incidents because of it. We actually saw our overall race leader, Sam McDougall, have a spin just a couple of minutes ago as he got onto the curbs too high, wheel hopped a little bit, went around. This is Flo Bossum for Kronos Show Sports Racing. Excuse me, Kronos Sim Sports Silver in the 34 car coming out of the pits. See how he blends out here in just a moment. I'm getting to see an idea of how visibility is right now for trailing cars. Taking on board with Michael Mannion for WNPI Magenta Racing. Love that livery. You see the spray coming off the car before, so between that and dirty air, overtaking in these kind of conditions is really quite the endeavor. Looks like he lost a position there. Boss, Kronos Motor Sim Sports Silver, and the 34 still in 4th place in the GT3. There's Moritz Weinrich in the 100 car. High Racing 100, 3rd place in GT3. He's back 3 minutes and 37 seconds from the leader. Mean Hamsters are on pit lane for service. We'll see how they blend out here in just a second. Also have a prototype leaving. That's Trent Alice at AITX Revolution E-Racing in the 241 machine, running P6 in the LMP2 category. Here's Sandoval leaving the pits again, the number 56 machine for the Mean Hamsters. See how that affects his gap with the Delta on pit lane. I'll have to wait until he hits the scoring sector, see how that affects it. But right now his tires are cold, so he'll be working hard to get some temperature into them, even in the wet. Still raining hard here at Sarth, which gives some of the teams a chance, perhaps, to make up some time if they're still on the lead lap. Rain is considered the great equalizer in racing. Clear track as he enters the chicane. While Krakow Racing Gamer is presently on pit lane, you can see that over Pi Racing, Sandoval has 3 minutes 36 seconds. Ambling in pit lane right now, receiving service. We'll see how he blends out here in a second after he completes the pit stop. Oh, that's the safety car. Don't do these gigs often enough. I did not recognize the safety car sitting there in front of him. See how he blends out here. He scored 2 minutes 2 minutes 22 seconds back from the Mean Hamsters. We'll see how he does here when he gets his tires up to temp, if he can make up some ground on them. Still a lot of racing left, and as long as you're on the lead lap, you have a fighting chance in endurance racing. Particularly in the GT3 classes, where there's a lot more wheel banging and a lot more necessity of understanding the race physics. The LMP2 guys and the hypercar guys, they tend to get strung out some. This is Moritz Weinrich at the Pi Racing Group 100 in 3rd place in GT3. He's presently 2 minutes 29 seconds back, so he's only 7 seconds, it appears, back of P2, and he's on warm tires. Take another look at Hamling in the 20 car for Cracked Racing Gamer. This is Moritz Weinrich off track here. Probably have a replay momentarily to see what happened. Heads for the entrance, locks up the back tires, winds up missing the entrance, spins it around, gets back on the racing line. Flo Bosson in the Chronos Sim Sports Silver car, 34 car, still in P3. 2 minutes 32 seconds back. Boston presently headed back toward Indianapolis up the backside of the track. This is Titus Sherlock in the pits for Eclipse competition. We're seeing a driver change for Eclipse competition. They received full service. Be a moment as they get their tires up to temperature, probably about half a lap. But they still have over 4 minutes of gap on Benari Racing. You should have no problem taking care of the car, maintaining the P1 position. Coming around Turret Rouge here, head back onto the Mulsanne. This is Peter Houston for the Blue Chew America's Black Machine in 4th place in the hypercar category in the number 8 car. Receiving service right now. See where he blends out momentarily. Long service here. Wonder if they're having a problem. This is Dimitri Linov, excuse me, Peter Houston. Back to Peter Houston. Finally, Houston away. Gets out into the far lane. See where he blends out. He is several laps down. Excuse me, 2 laps down. take his time, gingerly working his way through the chicane here on the cold tires. Yep, see him oversteer something there. Gets a little wiggle. Comes up to speed through the Dunlop chicane. Following the Dunlop chicane. Even in ideal conditions, cold tires are going to be slippery. Yep. Overcooked it right there. As I was saying, even in ideal conditions, tires are going to take some time to come up to temperature, usually around a third of a lap to a half a lap, and these are anything but ideal conditions with the heavy rainfall. All right, he's on to the Mulsanne Straight, so he'll be able to get some temperature by the time he reaches the first chicane here in just a few seconds. Here that he's able to apply the throttle much more evenly as it goes out of the chicane there than he probably would have at the beginning of the lap. Back to Mr. Bosson, the 34 car in P3. He is presently 2 minutes and 31 seconds back from the Mean Hamsters leader. And here's Mr. Weinrich, who lost a position after that spin here several minutes ago. Looks as though he might be looking to get that place back. Weinrich has presently scored only 1 second behind Flo Bosson. So here's they work through Indianapolis and Arnage. Some of that may be taken down. Really where you see the difference in terms of tires. Uh-oh. Gustavo Diniz, the Impact SimSport SBR 123 car. Some major damage. I see the safety feature of wheel tethers right there. What happened? Take a look. Oversteer, wound up in the barrier. Whoa, taking a look at Bosson right here. Someone off track trying to re-enter. Could have been rather catastrophic the way he came back on there. Here's his Hamling. Also locking up in the rear, it looked like. Getting off track. Looks like it's going to cost him a couple of spots. Weinrich in the pits again. This almost seems like it'd be unscheduled. Sandoval with the Mean Hamsters, your GT3 leader. Taking a wide line there. It looked like he was avoiding the other car rather than actually had a problem. Sandoval headed up towards Indianapolis here momentarily. I take that back. He was in the Porsche curves. My mistake. Track map's hard to read with the green. Come up through the Ford chicane. Go toward the Dunlop chicane. Excuse me, that was the Dunlop chicane. Interesting line through the curve there as he heads for Turf Rouge to head back onto the Mulsanne. Nothing wrong with making use of the entire track, it appears. Move through the chicane. Darren Parker, excuse me, Finn Norgard Peterson and the Obsidian Edge GTP. We must be seeing a driver change happening. Down off the jack, must be waiting on fuel. Takes the far line, head for the blend line. See how he handles cold tires. We saw our leader dealing with cold tires earlier. Much more gingerly on the start of it. However, he did not have the oversteer situation that we saw earlier with other cars. Just went through Turf Rouge, now sweeping back onto the Mulsanne here in just a moment. This is Emma Yoringa for Scuderia Chicken House Racing. The P2 spot for the LMP2 class in the 59 car. They're presently back 48 to 49 seconds from the leader in LMP2. Again, towing the line as tightly as a person can on cold tires. Wide line and loose on the exit. No real danger of being overtaken for position, though. The Banana Racing team is in P3. They're back over 3 minutes from the leader, so a good 2.5 minutes, it appears, from Scuderia Chicken House's racing of Emma Yoringa. navigating traffic. Lots of spray, lots of dirty air, cause any kind of washout on the downforce of the car. Again, nothing's for position, so I don't anticipate any kind of real contesting of where they're running. Pass by, get a nice look at the gold and black livery she's rocking here. She heads towards the Mulsanne corner. Whoa, overcooked badly. It's like there was an oversteering problem. Got into the throttle too early or was tapping the brakes too. We'll take another look, I'm sure. Get a chance to see if she locked up or what happened there. Just got into the paint. Was out of the throttle. Wound up going all the way around. Big oversteer. That was Adrian Kroll, my mistake. For Lempert Motorsports, they are presently... Liepert Motorsports, my mistake. Presently P1. Still have a 48-second lead on Scuderia Chicken House. Just coming out of the Ford chicane there. Up down toward Dunlop Curve. Still looks like he's fighting some steering right there. Back end seems to be jumping around a little bit as he was going through the S's. As he comes around through Tertre Rouge, see if it settles down when he approaches the chicanes here on the Mulsanne. Still see the heavy rain coming down. Standing water here as they enter the chicane. Kroll's line looks smooth through the chicane. Could well be that it's just an issue of fighting track conditions and the state of his tires. Appears no let up in sight. We'll be on rain tires for quite a while. Even if the rain were to stop at this moment, this is a fairly waterlogged track. Pull through the Mulsanne corner. Head down the backside towards Indianapolis. Through Indianapolis nicely. Sets up for Arnage. Here's the handling is okay on this end too. Smooth on the acceleration. Set up in the slipstream of this GT3 car. That is the This is Titus Sherlock of our overall leader in the 106 Eclipse competition car. Just through the Mulsanne corner, headed back towards Indianapolis at present. Presently got a 3-minute 17-second gap build up over P2. For Indianapolis, smoothly head towards Arnage. Track conditions being what they are, it's really important for all the drivers to be hitting their marks as best they can. You get off the racing line and get into a much wetter situation or a dirty track situation, you can undo 24 hours worth of work in the process of trying to do something silly in one corner. See the standing water in the chicanes and around various turns. Get on top of that, even with rain tires, that can cause hydroplaning, loss control of the car. Barriers may be made of tires, but they don't have a lot of give, and they tend to tear up carbon fiber bodies pretty badly. Sherlock headed up through the Porsche curves right now. Going up on some slower traffic. Smooth through the Ford chicane. Headed towards start finish. Excuse me, the Dunlop chicane. We headed towards Turd Rouge. And back onto the Mulsanne here just momentarily. So with 4.5 hours, oh, excuse me. This is Ruslan Camblin, the NL Racing Esports GTP car 21, number 12, headed for the pits, driving through another car. He's in P6 right now, in class. And there's Mr. Sherlock, our overall race leader, headed back towards the Mulsanne corner. We can spray for the LMP2 car behind him. Headed toward Indianapolis. Smooth entry and exit, setting up for Arnage. Still maintaining a 3-minute and 20-second gap over Venari Racing. However, that gap has come down from almost 4 minutes and 20 seconds. At one time, Venari Racing was back an entire lap, so we'll have to keep an eye on whether they're actually eating into the lead or whether that's a pit stop cycle that's happened. So in your hypercar class, presently only Eclipse Competition and Venari Racing are on the leader lap. As I stated, at one point Venari Racing was well over 4 minutes behind. They've eaten into that lead. Again, I believe that could very well be due to pit stops when there was a driver change. From Sam Dougal to Titus Sherlock, who presently is in the Eclipse Competition 106 car. Here is Emma Dringa. Emma Dringa driving for Scuderia Chicken House Racing, 23 seconds back from Lifer Esports in the LMP2 category. She had been off earlier, but it looks like, however, that she's presently got her grooves worked in and is making good use of the car. Headed toward the Mulsanne corner right now. Downhill, shifting all the way to the car forward. See the standing waters that set up for the exit of the corner. A little bit of oversteer, nothing drastic. "22 seconds back of Lifer Motorsports. Settling in for the length of the stint. See how she enters Indianapolis here momentarily. Smooth through Indianapolis, setting up for Arnage. She'll be back to the right-hand side. Touches the curbs, tracks out. Again, a little wiggle on exit. On a wet track, that's not uncommon because of the fact you're trying to get power back down. 2, get the mechanical grip from the tires, and there's less grip in a wet racetrack. This is Adrian Coral, your leader of the LMP2 category for Lifer Motorsports. Coming up past the Dunlop chicane here, just well, through the Dunlop chicane. Excuse me, that's the Ford chicane. Now head toward, yeah, that was the Dunlop chicane. Coming around through Turret Rouge and headed back toward the Mulsanne. Using the slipstream of the faster traffic would probably be helpful for his fuel economy right now, but he'll be moving around this GT3 car at some point here in the relatively near future, just simply because of the fact that the LMP2 car is going to be significantly faster than a GT3. So caught in traffic. Okay, this is Dimitri Linney. Back to Mr. Sherlock. Running clean through. Alright, this is Titus Sherlock, your overall race leader in the 106 car for Eclipse competition. Headed down towards the Mulsanne corner right now. Here I'm out of the throttle. Nice setup, clean exit. Very smooth, no wiggle on the back end. Back to Adrian Kroll in the 10 car for Lightbird Motorsports. Again, still leading your LMP2 class. Scuderia Chicken House has made up almost 3 seconds of time on him. So we'll see how they continue to cut into his lead. Up the backside of the track toward the Porsche curves. Smooth through there. Very flowing line. Really doing a masterful job of using the entire track to maintain his momentum all the way through the course. Touching the curves, making sure that that it's not so severe as to cause wheel hop. Up toward the chicane right here. Be up through the S's and back toward Turret Rouge. Someone off ahead of him, re-entering the track. Not much of a hazard because they were able to maintain speed. pull back onto the Mulsanne straight. Lap traffic that he's dealing with is going to cause him to take the outside line through the chicane. Sets him up for the inside on the other side of the bus stop there. Passes him with no difficulty. Should be able to clear him as they enter the straightaway again. All right, here is Rene Cota Sandoval for the Mean Hamsters. Here I'm downshifting. Oh, got off. Just missed the exit. Missed the entry to the turn right there. Able to recover, but he drove through the kitty litter. Hope that doesn't cause too much difficulty with handling, because that'll be stuck to his tires for about half a lap. Maybe less with the water. Could very well rinse it off earlier, but still, it's not good for traction. That said, one of the major differences between GTP cars and the prototypes is that the GTP cars are going to have a lot more driving aids. They have the traction control, and they have the ABS and different things like that available. Typically, prototypes do not. If you drive a prototype, you're muscling it around the track. GTP cars are much closer to production cars. Really hitting those curbs right there. A lot of times you'll see that in other forms of racing. Don't typically see it, well, I guess we're within the last quarter of the race, but a lot of times you won't see that from cars in endurance racing, simply because the mechanical failure rate becomes a lot higher when you're already pushing the tolerances of a vehicle to the absolute limit in a 24-hour race. Smooth through the S's, headed to Tertre Rouge. Takes a very wide lap. Missed the entrance again. Must be on either old tires towards the end of a stint on tires, or fatigue may be setting in. His gap to the Chronos SimSports P2 team, 2 minutes 52 seconds. So depending on what the delta actually is on pit lane, easily worth the effort to go ahead and bring it in and get new tires if that is indeed what's causing the issue. 4 hours and 14 minutes left in the race. Every time he goes off, that costs him time. And that's when strategies start to change drastically in endurance racing. Now, for our new viewers, it's really important to note that right now, even though there is a prototype coming up behind him, Sandoval does not have to chase his line or give up the preferred line. In endurance racing, when there's multi-class racing going on, the faster class has to take the outside or the unpreferred line into any curve, pull off the overtake. As it happens there, it wasn't really much of an issue. And here they'll head into the Mulsanne corner, come around to the backside of the track, headed toward Indianapolis. Heads into Indianapolis. Clean on exit, setting up for Arnage right now. Sounded as though he was slower in getting the power back down that time, possibly to avoid the problem of the missing the exit as he's been doing here in this last lap since we've been watching him. Set up here for the chicane. Excuse me, through the Porsche Corvette curves, and we'll set up for a chicane. Hear the loudspeakers in the background here as we come past the grandstands near the start-finish line. Head towards the Dunlop chicane. Now in that case, we saw the prototype have the preferred line going into the chicane, in which case they are allowed to keep it. Up through the S's, we'll head toward Turf Rouge and head back onto the Mulsanne. Hear that quick grinding sound. That's Sandoval doing a great job of getting two wheels onto the curves using the whole. Whoa! That prototype got off. Missed the exit of the. Excuse me. Missed the entrance to the turn. Got off. Sandoval will be dealing with another overtaking car. That's Alexander Ryzantsy of Adeptus. Something I'm not going to try and pronounce because it's really small. I guess I can zoom in. Adeptus Gasolinas. That's the number 69 car. Running 11th place in Hypercar. He is presently, let me look, I've got to zoom in again. He's presently 10 laps down, really struggling with how that car is handling right now. Probably a combination of track conditions as well as could be at the end of a tire stint. Back to our race leader. This is Titus Sherlock. Took a very aggressive line through that curve right there. I guess that was the chicane on the Mulsanne, so that's not unheard of. He's quickly approaching the SRC at Purdue white car. That'll be number 30. And threatening to put them a 5th lap down if he can catch them here as the laps tick down. Eclipse doing all the right things right now. Sherlock hitting his marks. Smooth on exit, smooth on, excuse me, smooth on entry to the corner, smooth on exit to the corner. You see no waste of motion on the track. Quickly approaching Indianapolis. Bank hard to the left. And the setup back for Arnage. Again, unlike some of the cars we've been watching, on exit there you see no wasted motion, no wiggle at the back end. Everything's smooth. Any driver aids, any weight jackers or brake bias, he's got it dialed in perfectly. They will just tick off the laps. Excellent camera shot. You get an actual feeling for the velocity of these cars at that point. Boy, Sherlock is really dialed in, making use of the entire trail. Oh, here he comes, pit in. Oh, I take that back. Yep, okay, Titus Sherlock on pit road. Looking for service, fuel, fresh rubber. Get down the road. Feel like Glenn's back out, still in P1. And we can see through the pit stop cycle that Minari Racing is back up to over 4.5 minutes back. Okay, Adrian Kroll for Lippert Motorsports still leading LMP2. See him struggling with the exit of that turn right there, a little bit of oversteer. Again, coming to the end of a tire stint, probably looking to pit the next few laps. Between the wet, cold track and the old tires, the car is probably a bit of a handful right now. See him as he sets up for Arnage right here. Take a look at him on the exit, see if he still has the oversteer issue. Well, smooth at the exit of Arnage. Down here as he sets up for the Porsche curves. So Kroll, as he moves through the curves, looks like he's got the handling back under control. Could have been that single corner. Now past the Ford chicane, past start finish. Begin his lap 299. Head toward the Dunlop Bridge here through the chicane, and then the curve up through the S's through Tertre Rouge. Well, again, seeing a little bit of oversteer right there. Nope. This is Saturday Skidandi in the Nemesis Racing 130R 51 car, running 5th place in Hypercar. Down through Indianapolis, headed toward Arnage. Excuse me, I take that back. He's headed into the Porsche curves. Smooth on the exit. It'll make a point of how he's getting around through those curves. Down past start finish line, he is presently 2 laps back. Excuse me, 3 laps back. Be working through the line right here to get around the GT3 car. Take him on the straightaway, or by the time they enter the straightaway, yep, he did. They'll be clear of him here as they come down through the sweeper. Get back onto the Mulsanne straight. Smooth entry. Taps the side, lets it track a little bit. Tighter line through the chicane than some of the cars we've seen. Not using the whole track, won't be carrying as much momentum. See how he takes care of this chicane. Similar line. Drag it out to make use of the whole racetrack on exit. Down through the Mulsanne corner. A little bit of oversteer. Again, a very limited line, so that he's not able to take as much momentum through. Almost looks like he's off balance here as he comes through Indianapolis. Sets through Arnage, or sets up for Arnage. As he heads for the Porsche curves, see what kind of a line he takes through there. Very middle of the road line, really not using the tire track. Back to Adrian Kroll here in the 10 car, leading the LMP2 class for Lippert Motorsports. Okay, so for the battle of first in class, the draft went away before I could see it. Here's Emma Uringa again in the 59 for Scuderia Chicken House Motorsports. They have eaten into the lead. They are now just 6 seconds back from Lippert. Kroll working through. Yep. Uh-oh. All right, to our viewers that are still with us, sorry about that. We had a slight technical difficulty. Tends to happen with these longer broadcasts. Presently, we're looking at Felix Ruppert for Minari Racing. 3 minutes 27 seconds back from the leader, which is Eclipse Competition, still in hypercar class. All right, there's Titus Sherlock, our overall race leader. Presently working lap 302, 3 minutes and 51 seconds, or excuse me, 3 hours and 51 minutes left in the session. Adrian Kroll took it a minute for delivery to process in. Here's Emma Uringa slowly working up. Now 1.8 seconds back is all from the lead of the LMP2 class. Should be interesting to see what kind of line she takes to make her attempts at overtaking. Catches up. And catch up she will. She is coming on strong. On the scoring pylon to the left side of your screen, you can see how fast she's clipping away the gap here. .5 seconds down to 1. Yep. Working down to 1.4 seconds. He'll be on top of him probably before the lap's out. Down to 1.3. Right in the slipstream. Now, just because she can catch him doesn't mean she necessarily will have an easy overtake. Difficulty in these cars is definitely that they are aerodynamically dependent. So as she gets closer, she gets into the dirty air, has a harder time handling the car as it washes out. Still holding the gap at about 1.3 seconds. See how they do here as they approach Indianapolis. Again, this battle is for the lead of the LMP2 section. Now down to about 6/10. Through Arnage. Clean exit. Right in his slipstream. Looks like she's about 4 car lengths back. Looking for an outbreak just as soon as you can. Going to be coming alongside his wheelbase here in a moment. There it is. She clears him. That's a lead change in the LMP2 category. Scuderia Chickenhouse with Emma Uringa presently driving takes over the lead of LMP2. And she's driving away. She's already put 8/10 on it, 9/10. Up to a second on it. All right, here's Titus Sherlock, your overall race leader. Still 3 minutes, 29 seconds advanced on Minari Racing. Has comfortably got the overall race lead going on. Going up on some GT3 traffic to negotiate. Shouldn't be any major difficulty here as he heads towards Indianapolis. Takes the right-hander into Arnage. And heads towards the Porsche curves. Oh, you hear it really getting on top of those curbs right there. Quite the aggressive line, all things considered. However, given that there's still 3 hours 45 minutes left in the race, it's good to see that Eclipse Motorsports Eclipse Competition isn't taking anything for granted. Thomas Pacheco in the 100 car for Pi Racing 100 in the pits from 4th place in the GT3 category. On his way out after service. See how he comes up to speed on the cold tires in the wet here. P1 Racing, I'm sorry, not Pi Racing. He is still 3 minutes and 23 seconds down. So hopefully he can get a flyer in here and start making up some time with those new tires. This is Moritz Weber in the 56 car for the Mean Hamsters, leading the GT3 competition right now. Weber looking smooth here as he heads down towards Turk Rouge and back onto the Mulsanne. Presently has 2 minutes 46 seconds built up over Chromo Simsports Silver, so handily in the lead of the GT3 category. Here's Kieran Sharp for Cracked Racing Sims. Racing P3 in the GT3, Cracked Racing Gamer. Racing P3 for the GT3 category, behind by 3 minutes from the leader. Just came out of Arnage, presently headed down towards the Porsche curve. Quite the livery with Snoop Dogg on there. Very nice, very nice. Smooth through the curves, see him using the entire racetrack, really making use of the momentum that he can build up through those curves. You can see right there that the rain is not letting up one bit. Aggressive on the curves, trying to take as sharp a line as he can through those turns, hitting on the curbs. Ride height on these cars is very, very low, so anytime you get very aggressive on the curbs, you run the risk of bouncing around, losing traction, and headed off into the runaway areas. We've seen some of that so far. Sharp looking like he's doing okay though. You see here the crest of the hill. Now through the first chicane on the Mulsanne. This is Kevin Legris for Chronos Sim Sports Silver in the 34 car, running P2 in the GT3 category. They are presently 2 minutes 56 seconds back from the leader. He's coming around the Mulsanne corner. Head to the back part of the racetrack here in just a moment. Fantastic camera angle. Gives a real sense of the closing rate of these cars when they're at speed. See him down through Indianapolis, setting up for Arnage. It's a very middling line to the entrance to Arnage here. Extends out. Headed into the Porsche curves. See how he takes these lines. Be very interested to see, since he's not using as much of the track as his contemporaries. He's set up tight just to see if he can get looser as the tint wears on, or if it's just an issue of that's how he likes his line. Through the forward chicane. That's the grandstand, headed towards start finish. And toward the Dunlop complex. Whoa! Talked about it earlier. We can get aggressive on the curve. We can get some whale hop going on and wind up spinning out. Here's Kevin Legris. I'll take another look here at Kevin Legris getting a little aggressive on the curving on the entrance here. Sets up. Oh, he was out of shape as he entered already. He was already steering. So, Legris loses some time on it. Goes from 2 minutes and 56 seconds back to 3 minutes and, 3 minutes and 9 seconds back. Also lost a position. Here's Kevin Sharp in the, 20 car for Cracked Racing Gamer. Running P2 in GT3 competition. Back through the chicane, back onto the straightaway. Here's our overall race leader, Titus Sherlock, again. Looking to put another car, I believe that was an LMP2 car. Still having to negotiate the traffic. As we come toward the Dunlop complex. Going around through Turret Rouge. Go down the hill and head out towards the straightaway. Looking to get through this traffic here probably before he gets on the backside. It seems needlessly complex to wait. There he goes. Should clear him here as they go into the chicane. smooth through the through the Mulsanne corner. Coming up on some GT3 traffic here just momentarily. Probably be able to take them around LMP2 traffic here just momentarily. And we'll take him off the preferred line here. They head into the Porsche curves. There's him, begins working through the curves on his line. This is Adrian Kroll, presently P2 in LMP2. Losing time significantly as Uringa passed him several laps back. Now 23 seconds back from the lead. Should be able to stay comfortably in second place for quite a while, though, as Banana Racing is presently, the 32 of the Banana Racing team is presently 3 minutes 27 seconds back. That's a difference of 3 minutes 4 seconds. There's Emma Uringa, your LMP2 leader, in the Scuderia Chicken House 59 car. She's headed up to the Mulsanne corner here. See here as Uringa in the 059 approaches Indianapolis. Clean exit, sets up for Arnage. Tracks out using the entire racetrack. Lines look very smooth, no oversteer on exit. She's dialed in, whatever she's doing. Yeah, that's an excellent screenshot, or shot right there. The in-car. A little bit of a adjustment as she is steering, which definitely shows that the racing surface is still squirrely. But once she is committed to a curve, there's not a lot of wheel jiggling. It's very smooth with the hands there through the curves. Head up to the chicane. We'll see how it goes right here with the downshift. Yep. Excellent. Once she's committed to the move, she stays into it. All right, well, she'll be headed up towards the Dunlop complex here in just a moment. Down through the chicane. Should be looking for the curve in just a second. Through the bridge. Continues to put time in front of her contemporary in P2 and Life Motorsports, up to 25, almost somewhere between 25 and 26 seconds now. So she is definitely class of the field in LMP2. Smooth into the first chicane. Takes the middle in line through the second part. Tracks out. Again, making use of the entire racetrack. Carry as much momentum as she can through anything that requires any heavy steering. Take a look at her wheel work here as she goes through the second chicane. Coasting in. Touches the curves. A little bit of spite there in the standing water. That's to be expected. Water will really change how the car is handling. Out of the chicane, headed down towards the Mulsanne corner. A little bit of wiggle on the exit. So she may have a little bit of oversteer going on exit of some of these corners. Whatever she's doing it well, because she continues to gap up on the P2 spot, now up to 26 seconds of change. Down through Indianapolis, headed back towards Arnage. Up to 27 seconds now on P2. Presently driving towards the Porsche curves. Continuing to see heavy rain here at Circuit de la Sarthe. Everyone's going to be living on rain tires at least for another hour. Even if the rain were to stop right now, it would probably take close to an hour for the racing line to be dried up by the traffic. That's okay. Rain being the great equalizer in any kind of racing, whether it's real world or sim racing, because of the fact that you can no longer strictly rely on muscle memory. The energy management of the car changes significantly. You have to rely on different types of tires, different types of approaches to your corners, and a basic understanding that you have far less mechanical grip than you would normally. All right, this is Thomas Pacheco, 4th place for P1 Racing. And Kevin Legris in the Chrono Sim Sports Silver 34 car for GT3. Side-by-side battle here. Pacheco will clear him. Both of them touching curves down through the chicane. Someone off behind him. All right, down through the 4 chicanes. Very aggressive line by Pacheco over the second set of curbing. Got across start finish here just momentarily in front of the grandstand. We headed towards the Dunlop complex, chicane, and then the curve. These guys are 3 minutes 32 seconds back from the Cracked Racing Gamer. They were only 12 seconds. Well, now it's increased. Now 20 seconds back from the Cracked Racing Game P2 car. Yeah, I don't recall. 20 car. So something to be watched is here as P1 Racing 100 group car gets going around into some clean air here, as if they'll be able to cut into the gap on the Cracked Racing Gamer car, Kevin Legris in the 20 machine. And right now, the gap between P2 and P3 is right at 13 seconds. Clean through the chicane on the Mulsanne. Headed toward Arnage, excuse me, the Mulsanne corner. Probably have a prototype to deal with here as he enters Indianapolis at the moment. Oh, the prototype has cleared him. That's a really good illustration of the closing rate of the faster prototype cars on the GT3 cars. Here's Kieran Sharp in P2 of the GT3. 3 minutes 12 seconds back. 14 seconds ahead of the P4 of the P1 Racing 100 crowd. All right, here's your overall race leader, Titus Sherlock. Presently over a lap up on Venari Racing in P2 of Hypercar. Headed into Indianapolis. Excuse me, exiting Arnage, headed toward the Porsche curves. At this point, everything seems to be working in the Eclipse competition's favor for this race. I have a little difficulty trying to get around this other car in front of him. Saw a little bit of oversteer in the dirty air just a moment ago. Out through the forward chicanes, we headed up into the Dunlop complex. Probably see an overtake attempt there as they exit the Dunlop complex, go through the S's, set up for Turtle Rouge. Yeah, you can see that he gets close, gets up near the gearbox, and then the front end washes out. That is a unfortunate reality of high-end racing in the in the world today, is that once you're in the aero wash, it's often harder to make a maneuver stick. You see him getting out of line, trying to get some clean air, get the bike, get the run. Interesting to see how they enter this chicane. Only about a car length, maybe a car length and a half between them. And with traffic coming up, I wonder if we'll see him use the traffic almost as a pick to maintain the position. I don't think it can't be for position, because P2 is 33 seconds, excuse me, everyone is over in the hypercar, everyone is over a lap down. Out through the Mulsanne corner. Sherlock with a run on the slower car ahead of him, also a hypercar. Hypercar drives way wide. Now Sherlock, being in clean air, ought to be able to drive away him. Headed toward Indianapolis. This is Johannes with Latchel with Benari Racing, so we've had a driver change with Benari. They are presently one lap in arrears of Eclipse competition for the race lead. Just past Arnage, headed up toward the, he's presently in the Porsche curves. Down past start finish line in front of the grandstand. Head toward the Dunlop complex. Back to our race leader. Here's Adrian Kroll running P2 in the 10 car for Lippert Motorsports in the LMP2 category. Presently 34 seconds back from, missed the entrance to the, to the corner, off into the kitty litter. That'll slow him down. Looks like he even lost a position. Nope, maybe not. See what happened here. Looks like he locked everything up and wound up driving out into no man's land. Lost a lot of time on that. He went from 34 seconds to 40 seconds back, so a loss of 6 seconds on that problem alone, and potentially issues with his tires as he picked up clag from the sand trap. Still a comfortable 3 minutes ahead of P3 Banana Racing Team, but losing time to Scuderia Chicken House in P1. Watch here as he passes start finish in front of the grandstands. Heads back up towards the Dunlop chicane and then the Dunlop curve. And I'll travel up through the S's all uphill here. Head back toward Kurt Rouge. Down the hill and back up it as he turns onto the Mulsanne straight. Nice smooth line on the exit of the chicane. No traffic to speak of, so he can make use of the clean air. Really good handling on the car. All right, through the last chicane, headed up to the Mulsanne corner. A little hefty on the exit right there, overshoots, get two wheels out into the sand trap. That'll cost him a little time. Holding steady at just about 40 seconds back from the leader in LMP2. Seems set up for Indianapolis here. And now looking at Arnage. Conservative line through Arnage. Didn't get clear out to the far curbing. Again, not carrying the momentum he wants. We'll head up to the Porsche curves. Seeing a little bit of struggle right there. Having some trouble keeping the car where he wants it to go. Definitely taking a more conservative line through some of that. Not letting the car track out, so he's giving up value. Yeah, I was wondering. He's headed for the pits. Tires are cooked. It's time to change them. Get the grip back. So he'll be on the limiter. This is Emma Uringa, 059 for Scuderia Chicken House. Already in the pit. Both cars deciding that fresh rubber is what's necessary. That said, Uringa probably playing the conservative game herself, making sure that she doesn't give up any track position due to poor performance of tire wear. On this out lap, she has to watch out again. The tires will be cold, and we're in the wet. Last thing she'd want to do is wind up in a barrier and give up the race because of the fact that you got over aggressive on an out lap. Stated it before, but it bears repeating. In ideal dry conditions, it would take a third to a half of a lap for tires to come up to temp here at Circuit de la Sarthe. In the wet conditions, it probably takes longer. You have less grip, less handling. So you're setting up conservatively here. Track out, not try to do well. No issues there because that individual cut the chicane, so they'll have to give up the position. Jacob Boulia from Just Play Arena in the 93 car. I guess if it's not for a position, it doesn't make any difference. Uringa presses on. Here comes our overall leader. Titus Sherlock going around her. Really looking smooth. Still just easily handling things. Not through the Mulsanne corner. Just takes off. Don't see him slipping back and forth. Don't see any looseness, any oversteer. Really got the car dialed in. There's still 3 hours worth of racing to go. Hopefully no mechanical failures, no blown pit stops for them. Right now they really are in the driver's seat of not just their class, but the overall competition. Set up for Arnage. Touches the curbs. See, he's taking a conservative line too. I wonder if that's to avoid some of that standing water out there. Now, I can't be certain, but it appears on some of the closer zoomed up shots, we're not seeing raindrops anymore. So we could be seeing the track drying out some here as these laps tick off. Wow. Kind of a crazy dive bomb setting up for the Ford chicanes here. So he'll come past start finish line to tick off his 314th lap. This is Brian Boomsma in the 22 car for Fusion 19 Racing. Presently in 5th place in LMP2. Back 3 laps from the leader. So with 3 hours left to go in the race, we're working on, our hypercar leader is working on lap 315. Eclipse Motorsports presently leads the hypercar competition and the entire race. Your LMP2 is Scuderia Chicken House Racing, and your GT3 leader is the Mean Hamster Racing. See the 22 machine setting up for Indianapolis right now. Backs out. Down through the Ford chicanes, headed back towards start finish. And toward the Dunlop complex. So, as we see about Boomsma here, see that the rain has in fact stopped. We're starting to see the track drying out on the race line. Now, if the weather continues to stay dry, it'll be interesting to see when the time comes to switch off of wet tires. Probably won't be for a while. See, there's still plenty of moisture on the track with the size of the spray coming up behind cars. As Boomsma works through a chicane. All right, this is Kieran Sharp in the 20 machine for Cracked Racing in the number 20 car. Running second in GTP3, back 3 minutes 15 seconds from the leader of the Mean Hamsters. On his way to Indianapolis presently. Smooth entry. Smooth momentum exit. Really aggressive line through there. Cracks out, touches the curbs. Headed toward the Ford chicane. Back, he's headed for the pits. Boy, the driver, and I go clear back to simming on Papyrus IndyCar Racing too, where pit stops, we didn't have any control over our pit stops, but even though I haven't driven in any kind of simulator in a lot of years, as a driver, it used to drive me crazy actually having to come in for pits, see everyone going around you. So hopefully they have an efficient stop to get back on the track in a hurry. Here's Thomas Pacheco now running P2. He's inherited P2. The P1 Racing 100 in the GT3 competition. He is 2 minutes 24 seconds back from the leader in class. Headed toward the chicane, set up outside, touch the race line as he slides in. See the spray significantly diminishing off of the cars, some of the standing water not standing so heavily. What'll be interesting here is the race lines dry out, see who makes the decision to go to slick or depending on what kind of tire choice is available, whether they drop to intermediate and then to slicks, see if they can make up some track position. The difficulty, of course, being that if a person goes to slicks and hits any moisture, it's like driving on ice. There's our overall race leader, Titus Sherlock, still up by over a lap over P2. Working through the Dunlop area, up through the S's. He headed toward Turf Rouge, back onto the Mulsanne here just momentarily. Down the hill and then back up it as he turns onto the long straightaway. All right, back to Kieran Sharp in the 20 car. Finished with his service. Racing in P3 for the GT3 class. Currently 3 minutes 17 seconds behind the leader in class. The prototype approaching, that'll need to negotiate around him. Down through the Mulsanne corner. Head into Indianapolis. There's Kieran Sharp again, MP3 in the 20 car. For the Cracked Racing Gamer Group. 3 minutes 17 seconds back. Almost 50 seconds back of the P2 car. And he'll head towards the Dunlop section as well. This is Harrison Den Brinker for Wild Ride Motorsports in the 13 car, racing P4 in the GT3 class. 3 minutes 18 seconds back from the leader, 1 second back from Kieran Sharp. So we're about to see an attempt at an overtake, I do believe. Love this shot. Yeah, we'll see him working in the slipstream. We go for it into the chicane. Oh, a little bit of contact. He's setting up right behind him, trying to get another run under the chicane down farther. About 1 car length separates him is all. He's set up to his driver's side, clears him without any difficulty. So Wild Ride Motorsports 13 moves up a position in class and is clearly driving away. That's 7 or 8 car lengths already. Down through the Mulsanne corner. Just opens up on him again. Brinker looking incredibly sharp with that overtake. That said, we can clearly see the track conditions are changing. It'll be very interesting to see how that affects the strategy of these cars. Driving in the wet for effectively 3 hours and 15 minutes since we came back on the air. Don't know how long it had been raining when we came on air. You'll see some cars doing some wild changes, probably trying to throw the dice, make up some time here. Both of these guys as we head for the Porsche curves. Checo M for service. For P1 Racing 100. Here's Brody Dowling in P2 for P1 Racing, so we're seeing a driver change. Off the jack, waiting on fuel. Well, it's got to drive a driver insane, waiting on that fuel to go into the car. Knowing that track position is at a premium. It's still 2 hours and 40, almost 2 hours and 45 minutes to race. Now, with track conditions moving towards the dry, I wonder if he took a gamble and put on a different set of tires. I guess we'll see here when we start looking at his lap times. Definitely see a dry line starting to form on the track. There's Sherlock again, our overall race leader and leader of the hypercar, still a lap up on any competition that is in P2. Smooth into the chicane, steers back to his right. Cracks out, returns to the straightaway. See him screaming down towards Indianapolis here. And then back towards Arnage here just momentarily. Oh, overcooks it, locks him up. Recovers nicely. So it cost him some time. See what happened here. Just a little bit of oversteer. Track conditions changing. You can see a fair amount of that here as the track dries out. And there you can very much see, not as much there, but right now there it's very clear that a dry line is starting to form on the track. So I would expect someone's going to make the gamble to go to slicks before things get too far out of hand here. The other part is these guys that are still on wet tires, those tires are going to be heating up and breaking down here as they dry out the line on the track. Whoa, very aggressive line into that first part of the chicane. But he really is in a class of his own right now, a lap ahead of his P2 counterpart. Really throwing him aggressively into the curbs. Don't know that one needs to drive that aggressively when you've got over a lap on your P2 competition. The race is handily yours to lose at this point. Back onto the Mulsanne straight. In the case of Titus Sherlock here in the 106 car, almost looks like he's trying to drive in some of the wetter area, likely to keep some cool in his tires so that he can work out this stint a little longer. Okay, here is Emma Uringa for Scuderia Chicken House in the LMP2 category, up by 1:07 over Liefert Motorsports. Headed onto the Mulsanne straight, crank it up on our way to the first chicane. All right. Uringa navigating traffic without any difficulty. You can see in some areas the track is still wetter than in other areas based on the spray coming up from the cars. However, particularly as they head through chicanes here and through the curves here, headed toward Indianapolis, or through the Mulsanne here, you see a very distinct dry line forming. And I've got to guess that at some point here, drivers are going to start worrying about their tire choice. Rain tires and a dry track do not mix. It's a really great way to ruin a race. Set up for the Arnage corner. Tracks out. Real smooth. No bobble. All right, here's Kieran Sharp, number 20 car for Track Racing Gamer. Presently running P2. Minus 3 minutes 22 seconds on the New Hampshire's leading the GTP3 competition. And here is Brody Dowling in the P1 Racing 100 group, Racing Car 100. Presently 3 minutes 32 seconds down on the leader. and approximately 10 seconds back from Sharp. Into the first cane on the Mulsanne. Prototype traffic moving around him. Again, in this sort of racing, blue flag etiquette is you're still allowed to keep the preferred line. The prototype cars have to move around you, not the other way around. At this point, it's pretty clear that there are moments when Dowling is driving off of the dry line, probably to keep his tires cool. Yeah, taking a very wide line right there, starting to lose grip. Sun has really come out. That'll dry that track even more, warm up the track surface, causing a big handling change for all the cars on the track. And we'll set up for Arnage here in a second. So what we're seeing is a distinctly different track than when we came back on the air here 3.5 hours ago. Track heats up, things are going to start getting loose yet. See him distinctly hitting puddles, moving off of the dry line. He's trying to keep his tires intact here. And so, for those who don't know in our broadcast here that are paying attention, rain tires are heavily treaded and carry a lot more weight than slicks. So when they're racing on a dry line, they heat a lot faster. Eventually they'll come apart, the tread will come apart and can tear up the fender and can tear up the car pretty badly, or even just go down and cause you to have to limp back to pit lane and lose a lot of time. What we are presently seeing on the track are areas that there's still enough water to justify needing a rain tire, and other parts of the track where you can probably get away with slicks. So it's going to be very interesting to see who guts up and makes the move back to slicks first. In the interim, while we see drivers that are still on rain tires, you will likely see them trying to move to wetter parts of the track when they can in order to keep the heat down in their tires. Which means they will be off the main racing line some of the time. Right there we see he missed the exit of that corner, cut the chicane. Since there's no one else there for position, it's not like he's gaining a lot of time. Yep, see? Nathan Chu from Blue Chew America Black Motorsport in the hypercar. So we have a driver change. Wonder what they'll do tire-wise. Presently, Nathan Joe in the Blue Chew America Black car, number 8, is in 4th place in the hypercar division and is 3 laps back. Driving rather gingerly until his tires come up to temp. I'd be interested to see if they went to slicks though. Well, evidently not, the way he took that amount of water. Put up on traffic, he is clearly up to temp now, able to handle the GT3 traffic. Set up for the chicane here. Sticking to the dry line as much as he can. Okay, this is Timo Gardner with Wild Ride Motorsports. They've had a driver change. Yeah, presently in P3, a lap down from the Mean Hamsters. And I can't tell if this is a race for position or not. Whoa, big defensive move. There's your P2 machine, your P4 machine of Kieran Sharp in the 20 car. They're presently a lap down as well. Excellent looking car. How close these guys are racing, getting right up inside the gearbox right there. Try to set an aggressive line so they can get the power back down that much faster. This is Gardner still. Got the run. Possible contact there. Looks like they're both headed to the pits. Go back to Sharp, who will pick up 2 positions there. But he'll also be pitting at some point too, so it'll cycle out. Gardner up on the jacks. There we got Brody Dowling in the 2 machine. All right, here's Brian Boomsa again in the 22 car for Fusion 19 Racing. Coming to pit lane. I think we're seeing some people doing some tire changes here. A lot of people on pit lane all of a sudden. Boomsa headed for his pit box. There's Harrison Van Brinker for Wild Ride Motorsports, so we did see a driver change. 2:25 left in the race. Changing track conditions. Sun is shining now. Track's going to get thick and grippy. Lengthy stop for Boomsa. See how he blends out. He's still catching a little bit of spray here and there. And on the cold tire, he's going to get eaten alive by a prototype. Oh, different class. That was a hypercar there. That was our race leader, Titus Sherlock, sweeping past him. But Boomsma should be up to temperature here about the time he gets to the end of Mulsanne easily. And we'll see if any adjustments were made to allow him to make up some time. Boomsma is 3 laps down presently, so not going to be racing for position anytime soon. Here, everyone downshifting here as they approach the heavier corners of the Mulsanne. Whoa! Boomsma misses the entry horribly out into the runoff area. What happened? I wonder if he locked up. Not good for tires, no matter what tire you're on. See what happened here. Entered, yep, locked up the rear. Wasn't able to turn. And tracks all of that crap back onto the track too. That's going to be horrible for people when they come off of the corner there. And headed up to the curves here. Come through. Touch the curbs. All right. Here's Alex Lalonde, Motor City Racing in P4 of the LMP2 division. Just past the Dunlop Bridge, headed up through the S's. Be looking to head on to the Mulsanne after Turd Rouge here in just a moment. Got through the first chicane. See them using the entire track there again. So now we're seeing people getting onto the dry line. The line has increased significantly. People running a more traditional racing line as they make progress here. Through the second chicane, back onto the straight. Be setting up for the sweeping right-hander toward the Mulsanne corner. A little bit of oversteer on the exit. Able to correct effectively. Maybe seeing some of that as the track warms up and gets a little slicker. This is Nathan Joe with Lucio America's Black number 8 car in Hypercar. Eddie P4, presently in the pit for service. He is presently 3 laps back. Will not be challenging the position anytime soon. See how he blends out here on cold tires. Past the Dunlop Bridge, headed up through the S's. As he heads for the first chicane, you can see him working into the slipstream of the car ahead of him. You see how, whoa, contact there. Excellent heads-up driving by Nathan Joe to avoid contact there. See what happens with that if we get a replay here. So this is Oliver Grosquist. Gets in, exit. The entry was a little wrong, hit the curbing. Brings it all the way around from some wheel hop. And then spins it the wrong direction trying to keep going. Well, and Nathan Joe does the same, does a very similar thing by catching the curbs wrong on the exit there. And is in a very precarious spot on the race line. Uh-oh, wonder if something's broke. Excellent. It's unfortunate that just cost him a lot of time. Rejoins the pack. Probably have some flat spotted tires, which will affect handling. And moments like that make these last couple hours really stand out. Drivers are tired. Many of us been up for several hours. I worked my day job and then came in and got online. Drivers have been at it off and on since 7 o'clock my time yesterday, so it's not surprising that some of this is starting to break down and people are starting to have issues with fatigue, cars handling differently than they did just because of the length of the race. Of course, we got some cloud cover again. Okay, so this is Sandoval again in the 34 car, 56 car for the Mean Hamsters. Sandoval is presently leading the GT3, taking the drive through the dirt. What could well be happening is a lot of these guys have switched to slicks and they're just finding the last patches of moisture on the track as well. Right there we saw a little spray come up, Sandoval was up. Sandoval is up 3:56, 3 minutes 56 seconds on the P1 Racing 100 group. Yeah, he's coming to the pits for something. Could be regular service. Okay. Moritz Weber has moved back into the car, so we have a driver change happening. And he's clear of the pits, on his way to blend back into the race. Be interesting to see how his tires react here. Most of the track is dry now. I assume he's gone back to slicks. Want to get some temperature into those just as fast as he can. Up the hill, swing back onto the Mulsanne straight here. Trying to get some heat into his tires would be my guess. Wow, who was that flying past cutting the chicane? Not for position, so it doesn't matter, but wow. I think it's important to note here that Darren Parker for has been an Edge GTP, and the number one car is running P3 for Hypercar. I was just about to mention that it appears Obsidian Edge GTP. Okay, excellent. I was about to point out that it appears that Benari Racing, no, it's not appears, it's the truth, that Benari Racing has made it back out of the leader lap. They're now 4 minutes and 30-some seconds down. from Eclipse competition. Eclipse competition was just shown off track a minute ago. They could be having some handling problems if they haven't been in to change their tires to something more apropos for track conditions as well. You can see things clouding up again. Whether that's going to be more weather or not remains to be seen. Johannes Wastlo getting a little bump and run from competition there a moment ago. They are presently eating into the interval 2. So these guys are in P2 in Hypercar, and they're presently eating into the interval P1. Now down to 4 minutes 28 seconds. We'll come past start finish and head back down toward the Dunlop complex. Okay, now I have a present time in scoring loop update. The gap from Hypercar P1 to these guys in Veneri Racing is now down to 3:32. Eclipse is again off the track. Blue Chew America's Black is being black flagged. Not sure what that's about. Nathan Joe in the Blue Chew America's Black car, still showing a black flag indicator. Must be being asked to serve a penalty of some nature. See if he takes pit in right now. Yes, he is. I guess we'll see if this is a drive-through or a stop-and-go penalty. Either way, huge loss of track position, potentially putting them another lap down. Here's that it's drive-through. Wonder if he was... Well, I don't know. I don't want to speculate until I hear something from race control. It'd be a lonely feeling trying to drive down a pit road like that. Okay, so I was trying to learn how to pronounce that name. That is a Vogoris Papasavas for Eclipse Motorsports, still in P3. Gap to Benari, or excuse me, still in P1 for the hypercar and the overall race leader. Presently 3 minutes 25 seconds on Benari Racing. Headed towards the first chicane on the Mulsanne. Looks good through the second chicane. Down through a sweeping left-hander. Head for the Mulsanne corner. Still just various spots of moisture on the track, but it's pretty clear that the track is dried out for the most part. What we are seeing is areas of clouded area where the track temperature will be significantly less than it would be on other parts of the track where the sun is shining. Still showing 3 minutes and 25 seconds to the P2 car in hypercar. Benari Racing. Eclipse Racing is really well dialed in. However they set up their car, it's working for them. So really smooth through the curves, through the turns. No wasted energy on track, no wasted movement. So while we take a look at our race leader right here, it's important to note that in LMP2, Lippert Motorsports did leapfrog Scuderia Chicken House Racing during the pit stop cycle. Scuderia Chicken House, however, is presently cutting down on the interval. Shouldn't be long before they overtake the lead again. Papa Savas down across the start-finish line in front of the grandstand. Head back up towards the Dunlop Bridge, through the chicane. Out through the curve. Take the sweeping right-hander and head down the hill. And back up it to set up for the Mulsanne. So the Eclipse Competition Acura seems to be holding pretty good station along same interval. The Venari Racing Ferrari is sitting at 3 minutes 24 seconds back. It really hasn't moved a whole lot. Now that we're inside the 2-hour mark, we may start to see Venari try to make up some time here, if they've got anything left. That Eclipse Acura 106 is absolutely flying right now. Hitting all their marks, smooth through everything. Through Arnage. Head toward the Porsche curves. Okay, this is Ben Cox in the 10 car for Lippert Motorsports, presently leading LMP2 by about 20 or 21 seconds over Scuderia Chicken House. Coming down through the Ford chicane, be headed on to the start-finish line in front of the grandstand here. We're going to set up to head up towards the Dunlop chicane, and then the Dunlop curve. Looks as though they may have made some adjustment. They're looking very dialed in as well. Not much in the way of wasted motion. Not seeing any corrections as they exit curves. Take another look here when they approach the chicane here on the Mulsanne Straight. Perhaps not. Okay, this is Michael Diet in the 059 Scuderia Chicken House car. They are now losing a little bit of ground. They're up to a 22-second gap behind Leifert Motorsports. Excellent use of the track, really developing a good line through there. Take a look at their handwork, see how Michael handles the next chicane. Really smooth. Not a lot of wheel movement beyond the very deliberate turns in and back to the other side. Let's set it up. And down through a little bit of a right-hand sweeper. Head for the Mulsanne corner. Touches the curb, tracks out, touches the curbs again, straddles them nicely. And he'll be right down the road. See if we can stay on board with him up through Indianapolis and Arnage. Really well balanced car right now. However, just barely losing time to the Leifert Motorsports car. Leifert Esports car. Really well dialed in, hitting all the marks, using the whole track, carrying momentum. Really excellent racecraft being demonstrated right now. And with 2.5 minutes over P3 in class, really a podium position looking more and more likely for them. Okay, We've got Ben Cox in the number 10 car for Lathrop Motorsports. Still leading the LMP2. Down the mole side of the second chicane. Hit a little bit of traffic. Nothing drastic, nothing that you can't navigate quite well. This is Brody Dowling in the P1 Racing 100 group. 100 car, racing P2 in GT3. Right? He's back 2 minutes and 33 seconds from the leaders. Really wide turn on that right there. Got a little bit of dust kicked up. Down through sweeper right there. We headed toward Indianapolis at this point. And down towards Arnage in the next, right-hander. Nice exit. No lost motion, no correction, no oversteer. This is Keegan Sharp, Cracked Racing Gamer machine, number 20. Running P3, just about 12 seconds, just about 8 seconds back from P2. Really make it a point to get in on those curves, get an excellent attack angle on the exit. Be interesting to see how much trail braking he's doing. Well, since track conditions have changed, with any luck, we'll see a dry finish to this race here over the next hour and 45 minutes. Oh, he just really settles into that middle of the road and No waste of motion. Tracks out the edge. Really late turn in. Touches the curves, lets the track all the way out. And carrying all that momentum, and it may only be hundredths or thousandths of a second, but over the course of lap after lap, that can become some serious time. Also shows that he's taking care of his tires. And Dowling with a much better exit to Mulsanne corner than we saw the last time when he tracked out and got into the sand wrap. Two minutes and 35 seconds back from the leaders in class. He got out there all by himself, so he's got good air. Continue to just hit his marks, keep working on that podium finish. Got a driver change to Nick Langner in the 10 car for Leespert Leespert Esports. They're scored as a lap down. We'll see how that works out when Eclipse competition steps in for their pit stop. I'm not certain what the delta is on pit lane right now. Oh, Leespert Esports being shown a black flag. That is unfortunate. That is going to ruin their day. They may have enough time so if they come by and serve this penalty on the next lap, that the delta won't be horrible, but they're already 41 seconds down to Scuderia Chicken House. That's going to hurt them tremendously. All right, so this is Michael Diat again in the 059 car for Scuderia Chicken House. They're presently up by 43 seconds on Leespert Esports for lead of the LMP2 class. I imagine that's going to increase rather dramatically since Leespert Esports is being shown a black flag. Evidently, they incurred a penalty either during their in-lap or during their pit stop, so we'll see what happens here. Another car that is just simply dialed in, hitting marks and putting on a clinic in terms of car handling and car setup right now. Love that camera angle there because it really gives a feeling for the velocity of the car's speed right there. aggressive lines in, straddling the curbing through that Ford chicane. Down past the grandstand, be headed up towards the Dunlop chicane here in just a second. There's Michael Dad coming around the corner again towards the Dunlop chicane. Down through the curve. And head out towards Turk Rouge and the Mulsanne Straight. So Lippert Motor Esports is being shown on pit lane to serve their penalty. No idea whether it's a drive-through or a stop and go. There we are. Nick Langner now creeping all the way. That's just got to be gut-wrenching for a driver, knowing that they were potentially in a position to fight for the class win, and now losing almost 30 seconds on that drive-through penalty in terms of track position. Yeah, they went in some 40 seconds back, and now they're a minute 9 back. So just about 40 seconds they lost. Excuse me, 30 seconds they lost. Okay, here's Nathan Joe, the Blue Chew America's black car. The number 8 Cadillac. Imagine we're seeing a driver change here. Yep. Driver change to Nate Gruselski in the 8 Cadillac, the Blue Chew America black. Heading on a full service right now before he rejoins the race for this final stint. All right. Gruselski rejoins the pack. Still in 4th place. 4 laps back from the leader. Vincent Rankin in the Banana Racing Team 32. On his way out of the pits to blend back in. Here's Evagora Papasavas in the Eclipse Competition Acura. Currently our overall race leader and leading the hypercar division. It's up by over a lap on P2, so it looks like it's his race to lose presently. Again, just a car that's dialed in, absolutely hitting the marks with precision, almost dicing up the track just with every movement of the wheel, every turn in, every turn exit. So much of racing is about energy management through the car, through the chassis, and these guys are putting on a clinic about it. Appears they're coming in for their probably second to last stop in terms of tire degradation. No driver change. Doesn't appear. All right, clear of the pits. We'll see how they blend back out. While we wait on them to rejoin the field and get the tires up to temp, should be noted that in LMP2, Scuderia Chicken House still leads. Liebert Motorsport, 1:07 behind. Banana Racing Team, 3 minutes 44 seconds behind. Motor City Racing, 3 laps back. And Fusion 19, 3 laps back. In GTP3, we have the Mead Hamsters leading. P1 Racing, 239 back. Crack Racing Gamer, -2 laps. Crocus SimSports Silver, 2 laps back. 1 lap back. And Wild Ride Motorsports, 1 lap back. So we watch our race leader go ahead and navigate traffic and head back out onto the Mulsanne. Peter Houston back in for Blue Chew America's Black. Number 8 Cadillac. And Michael Diad coming in the 05 down Scuderia Chicken House car. Plenty of activity on pit road right now. Diad rejoins race right now. Only 5 seconds ahead of Liebert Esports, but Liebert Esports will need to pit again, although it appears that they may be off cycle. It hasn't been too many laps since they were on pit road and were assessed that penalty. And here is Diad's tires come up to temperature. He should be able to maintain the gap without any difficulty, having much fresher and younger tires. Whoa, big contact. That cost Ryan almost a second and a half. What was going on there? I barely saw. At any rate, Carlos Coxino. Okay, Diag comes through the chicane just fine. Oh. Got loose, oversteered into out on the exit of the chicane. And then, all right. I didn't take him any time to rebuild the gap. It's up to 6 seconds now between Leopard Esports, who passed him after that spin out. So Leopard Esports has overtaken the lead. This is Michael Diad right now that we're watching. This 5.9 try and regain some track time, but he is now 6.7 seconds back from Leopard Esports in the LMP2 category. It looked like he was feigning to pit there, but evidently is being told to stay out. Hopefully he didn't flat spot his tires too badly with that spin. Sky is darkening. I hope that doesn't mean more rain. That spin really did cost Diad. He is now 7 seconds, almost 8 seconds back. And they had a commanding lead in class over Leopard Motorsports earlier. All right. Presently we have Andrew Pike in the 20 car, racing third place in the GT3 category for Crack Racing Gamer. They are presently a lap down. Coming down past the Dunlop curve, be headed up into the S's towards Turk Rouge here in just a moment. Got through the first chicane for him. We really are seeing some weather roll back in. Down the hill. Through the Mulsanne corner. Settle up, head for Indianapolis. Slow Boston in P4. 34 for Chronos Sim Sports Silver. In the McLaren. Looking to overtake P3 here in just a moment if he can. About within a car length or so. Coming out of Arnage. Try an outbraking maneuver right here. Very textbook as they go into the curves. Old Boston into the pits. There's Moritz Weber for the Mean Hamsters coming in from the lead. Weber out of the pits on his way to blend back in. Give him a third of a lap or a half a lap to get his tires up to temp. Should be able to maintain the gap again. Probably working on weaving and using the whole track to put some warmth, extra warmth into his tires. Really make sure that this final 2 stints on tires is going to work out for him. This is Nick Wagner with the Leesburg Motorsports number 10, presently leading LMP2 by 13 seconds. Patted down the Mulsanne on his way to one of the chicanes, it appears. Second chicane. Michael Dyad in the Scuderia Chicken House machine. Potentially making up some time, but it looks like he's holding station for the most part. 13 seconds back from Liepert Esports, from the Liepert Esports car that's leading LMP2. Screaming through Indianapolis, headed down toward Arnage. Car looked like it was pivoting very, very well on the exit of the turn. Now into the Porsche curves. Really hitting those curbs hard. Almost looked like he was unsettling the rear end of the car there for a moment. Here's Harrison Den Brinker from the Wildfire Motorsports 13. He's 3 minutes and 20 seconds back from the leaders, the New Hamsters, driving over a cone right there, and 13 seconds back from P3. He's in P4 in GT3 class. Here's Andrew Pike driving the 20 Mercedes for Crack Racing Gamer. Presently P3, 3 minutes 7 seconds back from the leaders, and about 32 seconds back from P2. Excuse me, 22 seconds back, P2. See Pike come down through the Ford chicane here. Really wide line on the exit. Allow this prototype by. Cut up toward the Dunlop chicane. They'll roll up through the S's, head toward Church Rouge and the Mulsanne Straight. Brody Downing of P1 Racing Group with the Porsche, number 100, running 2 minutes 45 seconds behind the leader. Got down the Mulsanne Straight toward the second chicane. We're downshifting on his way toward the Mulsanne corner here. Really is a tricky corner because it comes off of a slight downhill run. The car needs to resettle. And Porsche being mid-engine, the balance will change rather significantly. We go around the bend toward Indianapolis. And then towards Arnage. All right, taking a look at our overall race. Evagoras Papasavas presently leading by Well, better than a lap because Venari Racing is in pit lane right now. And it appears we're clouding up pretty good again. I hope that's just passing clouds and not another rainstorm coming. Be nice to finish this under green without major shakeup in the weather. Another car just, wow, this car has really been the benchmark for everyone today. Just dialed in perfectly, not wasting motion, not wasting energy on the track. There's Felix Ruppert of Venari Racing. So we've had a driver change with Venari. They're presently a lap down. Now, depending on how their outlap looks, they may be able to make that up when Eclipse cycles through on another pit stop. You see these guys struggling with one area of the track that cools down and has a completely different grip profile than an area that might be in really harsh sunshine right now. That is a particularly dark area of the track. It's about the same amount of light that we had when we were in the rainstorm earlier this evening. See Ruppert going down through the chicane, or excuse me, through the Mulsanne corner. Not much traffic to worry about, so he's in clean air. Car should be handling beautifully for him. See him head down towards Indianapolis. Out of Indianapolis with a smooth exit. Turning the right-hander into at Arnage. No wasted motion. No wiggle to show that he's loose. Just really hitting his marks everywhere he needs to be. And you can see here that this portion of the track being in much more sunshine, that means the track temperature potentially have several degrees difference, and what that translates into is differing levels of grip. It'll be a tighter racetrack where it's cooler, and a much looser racetrack, and there'll be more oversteer in the areas where the track is hotter due to the sunshine. After the rainstorm, it would have been a particularly green track anyway, without much rubber remaining laid down for the cars. So as they drive, they're laying down rubber, creating more grip for all of the cars. But a hot track will lay down more, lay down at a cooler track, so there'll be differing levels of grip throughout the course of the circuit. All right, here's Nick Langner. Being racing for Liebert Motorsports. Now up by 12 seconds over Scuderia Chicken House. There's Emma Uringa. She's rotated back in to race this last stint for Scuderia Chicken House. 12 seconds back. Really haven't changed that interval in quite a few laps. So they're just holding off to make a final push here after one more pit stop for tires, or that's just what they've got. I guess we'll see when they as the race winds down. Meanwhile, I'm getting my coffee on here so I can be awake through the end. Line to exit that turn, the coming off of the Mulsanne straight there, really has widened out here as the track has dried up. Gives the racers all the opportunity to really make use of the entire racetrack. Really push it to the edge of almost getting into the sand trap there. So we come down to Indianapolis right here. Whoa. Really aggressive line right there out of Indianapolis. Into Ardage. Tight exit. Excellent car control. Now they're starting to eat into that lead that Liebert Motorsports had, now down to about 10.5 seconds. They've made up a second and a half. By my math, that means that they ought to catch them in about 5-6 laps. Down through the Ford chicane she comes. Spin around here onto the front stretch, the grandstand stretch. Just under an hour to go in this major series 24-hour race. Glad you guys are still with us right now here as we get to the tail end. Really looking. Another half second or so from the LMP2 gap. Now she's at about 9 seconds back. She's coming for Liebert Motorsports and Mr. Langner's. Now down to 9.9. Langner into the first chicane, into Arnage corner, or excuse me, Mulsanne corner. Headed toward Indianapolis at this point. Wagner's trying to drive the wheels up, but another 2/10 has come off the gap. Uringa really making it happen here. This 059 Oracle car. And up through the curves right here. Touching the curbs. Negotiated traffic very, very well, too, so that she doesn't get hung up back there. Because that has cost her some time. She's now back up to about a 10.4 second interval between her and Nick Langner. Now that she's cleared that, taking a look at our track map on the right-hand side, it appears that there's no other cars between her, so we can expect that interval to really start falling off now. And in endurance racing, 55 minutes is still a lifetime when it comes down to podium position. Well, I tell you, anyway, any of you guys that are still watching, coffee was a good idea. You should have some. All right, battle for first in class is RCS Revolution is in 6th. Mean Hamsters and Chroma Supersports talking about 2-minute 47-second gap. Leaper Motorsports Scooter Ray at Chicken House is sitting right at 10, now underneath 10. And she is cutting the gap down right now. I think it's worth noting that it's not that Langner is driving poorly at all. He's still hitting his marks and having consistent laps right now, at least as near as I can tell from where I sit. So he'll hit this chicane, head around here into Mulsanne corner. When he comes out, that's a consistent exit. That looks very similar to the exit that he had on the last lap. He's just not as fast as the Scuderia Chicken House car is. Through the curves goes Langner. Ben Norscar Peterson in the Obsidian Edge GTP car. running P3 2 laps back from Eclipse competition and the lead. That is a very black livery. Batman would approve. Peter Houston for Blue Chew America Black in the 8 Cadillac in the pits. Looks like we may be looking at a driver change. Yep, Nate Gruchelski is into the car for the final stint. Fresh tire, top off on fuel, and they should be released here in just a moment. He'll rejoin the track. Excuse me. He will rejoin the field here. Presently maintaining the 5th position. He is 4 laps down from the lead. Be about a third of the lap. He's somewhere down the Mulsanne. His Mulsanne straight. His tires be up to temperature. Okay, we're back to our LMP2 battle. Nick Wagner still in the number 10 Oracle machine. 8.4 seconds ahead of P2, which is coming on strong. Scuderia Chicken House really showing some tenacity here today. I do believe both of these cars, both the Leaper Esports here of Nick Wagner and the Scuderia Chicken House machine, will need to pit one more time to make it to the end, so that could be interesting too. Maybe seeing someone try an overcut or an undercut. Down through the forward chicane, onto the front stretch. Again, he's hitting his marks just fine, but it's the interval to P2 is continuing to fall. As he heads onto the Mulsanne right here, he's in the midst of traffic, probably using that for a little bit of a tow. Might help him out a little bit, but yeah, we can see P2 Scuderia Chicken House car in the background there on the way up. Interval is now down to 6.5. See how he handles this second chicane. Really pivoting a lot in that back end. Hope he doesn't burn up his back tires doing that. All right, Emma Juringa, the 059 car for Scuderia Chicken House Racing, really working that interval down, now down to 6.2 seconds. She is moving up quickly to battle for the lead of the LMP2 category. Headed up toward the Porsche curves right now. Really dialed in. You can tell that she's really hitting her marks consistently. Wagner's still hitting his marks. We're coming around through the Porsche chicane, go down the grandstand stretch here in a minute. Oh, excuse me, he's at the Dunlop chicane. Saw a big oversteer there just a second ago. Slid out quite a ways. Could be at the end of his tire stint. Could just be pushing as hard as he can, trying to maintain the lead of the class. Up the hill, slight dog leg to the right, onto the Mulsanne straight. And here is Juringa in the 059, still closing, down to 5.5 seconds. Juringa just really doing well. Not even really driving the wheels up, just slowly taking the time to work through this, through the lap times and cut into the lead that Langner has established. Down to 5.2 presently. And this likely will be for the class win. expertly handles Indianapolis, headed down toward Arnage. With right at 5 seconds on the interval. Meanwhile, Langner getting held up by a little bit of traffic. Only consolation being that Jaringa will need to pass the same traffic here in just a moment. At this point, it's not an issue of when Emma Jaringa will catch him. It's not an issue of if she will catch him. It's an issue of when. And she's not coming as hard as I thought she would. See right there, Langner taking really wide lines, which means he's really trying to put together qualifying level laps here in terms of speed. Just to hang on, try and get to a point where he can defend for the lead of the class. For those of us that might be just getting up and enjoying their morning coffee and joining us right now, what you're watching right now is the continuing battle for the LMP2 class first and second place. Presently, Nick Langner leads the class. Our Scuderia Chicken House's Emma Jaringa is on her way. Has steadily been dropping off a couple tenths a lap. It's often said that it's one thing to catch the other car, it's a whole different thing to pass him. We'll be seeing a battle here just shortly. You see these two cars running almost identical lines, the way they fly out of the chicane like that. Probably get a chance to see it again here just as soon as they hit the second chicane here on the Mulsanne Straight. Tracks out as far as he possibly dares. Jaringa expertly handling the slower traffic of the GT3 car. Excuse me, that's a prototype. Lead now down to 3.5 seconds, give or take. It's almost certain that Nick Langner is hoping this traffic holds up Jaringa just a little bit so that he has at least a chance to fight for the lead. Because based on pure speed alone, looks like Jaringa will wind up taking him, being able to drive away. See how she handles this GT3 car ahead of her. Doesn't look like he's impeding her hardly at all. It's on the outside. I did slow her down just a hair though. She's up to a 4.2 on the interval, so it's clear that traffic could play a part in this, at least as they come across it. Brody Dowling in the pits for P1 Racing 100. Doesn't appear that there's a driver change. So he'll be running the last stint. Nick Langner still trying to drive away. Gap is at about 3.9 seconds. Emma Jaringa, no cars between them right now. She can just close the gap as she sees fit. Into the chicane. Taking a wide, aggressive line out. And the track out as far as he dares. Right there was a major difference. You can see with Jaringa not taking as far of a line out on the exit of that chicane, she cut almost a tenth off just in that adjustment to her line. Let's take a look at how she handles this next chicane. Really solid. She is dialed in, really well set up. Not seeing a lot of wheel movement, which means she's comfortable with the car, comfortable with the balance. See how she sets up here to go into the Mulsanne corner. Sweep right, downshift. Very nice. So you can see the smoothness in her steering. What that indicates is the car being responsive the way she wants it to be. Doesn't have to do a lot of adjustments in the course of the turn. Be able to commit to it, carry the momentum through all the way. Like we're going to follow her up through Indianapolis and Arnage. See, once she's committed and sets her angle, there's almost no movement of the wheel. That's up, down through Arnage. Gap is down to 3.2, about 3.3. She is coming. Wagner knew it was best to just keep hitting his marks, make sure that he's doing the best laps that he can. Feints like he was going to pit. Race controls see that. You're not supposed to use the pit lane as an extension of the corner, I know that. .9 as he comes up to the Dunlop chicane. .6 as he turns on to the Mulsanne. Headed for the next chicane. Gap down to 2.4. During is taking a much wider line through some of these turns, I think probably just to carry more speed. And that's about as wide as you can get without touching the dirt right there. If the tires will hold up to it, it's absolutely a solid plan. You're getting held up ever so slightly by that hypercar. Gap climbed back up to 2.3 for just a moment there. Yeah, Lang getting held up by that hypercar. Gap now down to about 1.7, hovering around the 1.7 to 1.8 mark. Here as they come around towards the Ford chicane. Back onto the grandstand stretch. Thuringia in for her last pit stop. Gonna try the undercut. See if she can get tires and fuel and get out and have a flyer of a lap when he pits. See if maybe she can pass him while he's in the pits. This is seeming like a very long stop, but she's away. See how she blends out. So the idea here is that she comes in and gets fresh rubber, and when he pits, hopefully he is in a position to get up and challenge him. Not pit for several laps. Although I've got to think that if they're on similar fuel stint windows, he's almost certainly going to need tires and fuel here soon. Wagner trying to put together a flyer of a lap, make up some time. I was not under pressure. We'll see how much he wants to try and overcut by, if he pits this time around, or if he goes for a short fill on a later pit. Wow, the delta on the pit lane is almost a minute. That's what I'm seeing for Scuderia Chicken House and Emma Sharinga right now, for her to be that far back. All right, here's Emma Jaringa starting to make up time. Wanting to work it down. Jaringa really trying to work her way around this course, but I think she's more consistent. Excuse me. I think she is more interested in being consistent than actually making up time, knowing that. Yeah, there we go. Langner is in the pits right now. Just released. See what his delta looks like. See where she's at. She is just coming up on the Porsche curves. Yeah. So the delta fell off, 7, 6. Oh, he might have done it. He might have done it on the overcut. So this will be the only battle for serious position on the track right now. The LMP2. So Nick Langner for Liepert Esports presently leads LMP2 over Scuderia Chickenfoot's Emma Zagara by about 7 seconds. Now, prior to pit stops, Scuderia Chicken House was making big inroads on the gap, and it appears that that's going to be continuing. I take that back. He's presently driving away. Or at least holding on to the 7-second gap. Oh, that's going to cost him some time. Overshooting the corner will cost him some time. As long as she doesn't do the same thing. He's much smoother, much cleaner through the corner. Jungura is. Yeah, that cost him almost 8/9 tenths. Those sorts of mistakes that wind up costing people races. Yeah, he was at right around a 7.1 second lead prior to overshooting that. Oh, and he is way off there too. Wow. How unfortunate. That just cost him almost a second. Maybe even more. Up into the Porsche curves he goes, or through the Porsche curves he goes. Toward the Corvette curves. Gap was 7.2, now is 5.1 due to 2 missed turns by Nick Langner. Gap now under 5 seconds. Gap is down to 4.6. For a moment, it appeared the Langner had the overcut and it was working for him, but two missed turn exits on cold tires cost him 2 seconds, and I believe probably tore up his traction, tore up his tires, so now he's losing time as well. Scheringa is on the move, and she will be coming fast. Moreover, as these two prototypes get in front of Langner, could slow him down, although it doesn't appear that way. Wow, he is so wide on those exits. And all he's doing is losing time every time. Boy, Scheringa can taste it. Blood in the water. Gap is now down to 2.9. Nick Langner holding on for dear life. 2.9 seconds ahead of Emma Scheringa in the battle for first and second in LMP2. Scheringa is slowly stalking Langner. She may not be in a huge hurry about it. She may simply be allowing the race to come to her. Up through the Dunlop curve. Scheringa still reeling him in, although she's lost about a tenth and a half last couple moments. Had to swing wide around to the car rejoining. So back up to about 3.7. That bought Langner some time. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Gap is up to 3.9 at present. Langner now has a lead of about 3.8 seconds, opening the gap back up. Bring it into the first chicane. Second chicane. Through the Mulsanne corner goes Langner. I'll try and use this GT3 car as a pick. Less than 15 to go here. Langner trying to hold on to a lead that is still at 3.7 seconds. Michael Costello for Eclipse competition. So we have a driver change at the very tail end. Getting service to go back out for the last 14 minutes of the race. They are over a lap ahead of their P2 counterpart, Veneri Racing. Here's our overall race leader rejoining the pack. Head down through the Dunlop chicane, around the Dunlop curve. Still going to be scored as a lap above Veneri Racing. There's Finn Norsgaard Peterson for Obsidian Edge GTP. Presently racing in P3, 2 laps down from the leader. All right, Langner's still working on the gap, up to 4 seconds now. He may have found some speed, or Jaringa may have backed off. Less than 12 minutes to go in the race. Langner doing his best to hold the gap right now. Jaringa seemingly ran out of steam. I don't know if she scorched her tires early on or what. Langner had given up almost 2 seconds on poor exits of turns earlier. or 3 seconds as we approach the 10-minute mark. Feels like an eternity for Emma back there in P2 of the LMP2 class. Emma Jaringa. Oh, but she may be pushing now because suddenly it's down to 3.1. .176 is what I just read. Yep, she may have just opened the faucet. Present gap between LMP1 and LMP2 between Nick Langner and Emma Jaringa is now down to 2.9. In one lap, she's made up over a second. Well, she's going to have to pick up the pace, though. 8 minutes, 40 seconds to go. Making up a second per lap, but we're probably only looking at 4 to 5 laps left. Well, maybe only 3 laps left. Meanwhile, Langner's going to be trying to throw out qualifying laps. Try to leave everyone in the dust. Jaringa getting held up in traffic. Gap is now back about 4 seconds. She lost almost a second to traffic. That could be a very huge factor in deciding how this race comes out. Now down to 3.7. Coming on strong. She'll need to make up quite an awful lot of time on these next laps. Through these next turns. And hope for no traffic. Really holding steady at about 3.2. Now down to 2.2 as Langner got held up by traffic. Right around 3.1. Time for 2 or 3 more laps. Let's see what happens here. Gap is down to 2. Wow. Just closing it up right now. Down to 2.03. 2-second gap if she can get around this traffic. you may have a shot at him. Handily takes care of that traffic. 2 seconds is the gap. Down to 1.9. Less than 5 minutes to go. Langner being caught up in traffic down to 1.5. On board with Scheringa right now. Coming up on the 4 minute to go mark. Gap is 1.3 seconds. Slower car gets out of the way, lets her by. 1.3 with 3:47 to go. Excellent camera angle. Headed up towards the Porsche curves. Nine-tenths of a second right now. We're under 1 second of the gap. One car length. Got 5 car lengths right now. Langner hanging on for dear life. Just over half a second in this gap. No cars ahead of him. No cars between them. About 3 car lengths between them. Two and a half minutes to go. Nick Langner's got to be thinking about how he can make that car big and wide. Try to take away all of the preferred lines, use all of the preferred lines. More tenths. Minute 40 to go. Scheringa looking for any opening right now. 2.5 car lengths between. Right in his gearbox. Probably going to try and outbrake him into the chicane. Ooh, he's trying a little Scott Pruitt fade there. One minute to go. Going up on the white flag. Oh, he goes wide. Swings into her, close to contact. Garinga gets the position. Side by side, headed toward Indianapolis. Wow. Langner gets it back, and Garinga's off. Garinga spun out. She's off. Wow, what a battle. I don't know, race control may have something to say at some point regarding blocking. My understanding of the rule, and it would have occurred prior to this, she punted right into his gearbox there. My understanding of the rule is he gets one defensive maneuver, and after that has to hold his line. All right, so there's your overall race leader, Michael Costello, in the 106 car for Eclipse competition. Here comes Rene Cota Sandoval for the Mean Hamsters in the 58. Take the GT3 car, GT3 win. And Nick Langner evidently takes the win for LMP2. Everyone finishing up parade laps at present. Victory laps at present. Okay, so here at the end of the race, we have unofficial results. In your hypercar, it is Eclipse Competition with the win, followed by Venari Racing, Obsidian Edge Racing. Nope, I guess we could flip it back. Here we go. God, I wish I'd have figured that out earlier. All right, quickly, here are your unofficial race results. We got Eclipse Competition winning, Denari Racing in P2, Obsidian Edge GTP in P3, Nemesis Racing 130R in P4, Blue Chew America's Black in P5, and NIL Racing Esports GTP Car 21 in P6, SRC at Purdue in P7, Team WP 300 Sim Magic in P8, iSport 68BR INT in P9, and Adeptus Gasolinas in P10.